May 16th, 2023, which have been circulated. I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes, please. Councillor Harding, seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes of May 16th? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That motion is unanimous. And let the record show that Councillor Hurtle has now joined us. That brings us then to business arising from those minutes. Did any councillor notice any item within the minutes that the councillor wished to follow up on at this time? Nothing? Okay, thank you. Moving on then to our presentations. 1 minute late, I apologize. We're welcoming the Mersey Tobeatic Research Institute representatives regarding municipal environmental stewardship survey results, and Marie Raciopa is going to present on behalf of the organization. And I'll just get if you bear with me for a moment, I have to go to tech support because my screen doesn't have the table up. Odd that I would just notice that, isn't it? I did that. She's so clever. That's why I'm just one of the talking heads. So now your light is on. If you'd like to proceed, Marie, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about our organization and our municipal species at risk stewardship work. I'm Marie Raciopa. I'm a communications and outreach coordinator with MTRI, and I'm joined by one of our summer students today, Mason Krause, with me. So the scope of today's presentation involves, I'm going to give a brief introduction into MTRI and what we do. I'm also going to talk a bit about the Gespowick Conservation Collaborative, or the KCC, and then I'll talk about the broad results from our stewardship survey and some results specific to this municipality, and then I'm going to introduce the Municipal Species at Risk Stewardship Toolkit that I'm working on, and we'll have a 10-minute Q&A period. Thank you. So at MTRI, we are a science-based research group, and we're focused on protecting and conserving biodiversity. We have projects dedicated to the research and conservation of species including Blanding's turtles, eastern ribbon snakes, bats, lichens, monarch butterflies, and Atlantic coastal plain flora, or ACPF. MTRI is also a partner organization with the Family Forest Network, and we're a member of the Gespowick Conservation Collaborative. So there's a lot of ways to get involved in our organization. We're always looking for volunteers. We can be found handing out species at risk guides at farmers markets. We host virtual seminars every last Thursday of the month, which is in the evening. And we currently have a free kids program called Wild Roots that happens every other Saturday, where kids can be dropped off for 2 hours. And everyone is always welcome to stop by our research facility at Mount Merritt Road, and we'll happily give out a free species at risk guide. And we have our mission and vision up there, but I'm not going to read them, and you can look at those at your own time. So the Gespowick Conservation Collaborative is a group of 18 partners, including Mi'kmaq organizations, non-governmental organizations like MTRI, academic institutions, and both federal and provincial environment government departments are part of the KCC. It was established in October 2017, and the collaborative is working together to protect and conserve species in the Gespowick Southwest Nova Scotia Priority Place, so it kind of overlaps with the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and you can see on the map there where the priority place is exactly in the entire area that it encompasses. So we distributed a survey to the municipalities within the Gespowick Southwest Nova Scotia Priority Place. And we wanted to get at this question: how can we support municipalities in species at-risk stewardship? So we asked about what environmental concerns are of greatest priority for municipalities, what barriers municipalities face in terms of environmental stewardship, and we aim to identify opportunities where we can link municipalities to different environmental groups that can help with specific initiatives and provide their support and expertise. We closed the survey in March of this year, and we had 56 responses, which came from 92% of the municipalities, which was 22 out of 24 different municipalities in Gesbowick. And there was a varying response by municipality. We had about 3 responses per municipality, and over 50% of the responses were council members, and the other 50% were mostly full-time staff members. There were some volunteers, there were some part-time staff, so the majority was council members responding to our survey. So here are some, I'm going to go over the results, and we had a graphic facilitator create these artistic visualizations of the results from the survey. So they capture kind of the key themes that participants touched on when answering these short answer questions. So we started by asking participants about their knowledge and awareness of certain ecological terms and concepts, and we had them rank their level of knowledge. We found that municipalities lack awareness of the Priority Place initiative, with only 23% of the survey respondents being familiar with it. And despite the lack of awareness around the Priority Place initiative, being in Gesbowick was still an important part of the answer to this question that's up there: what do you think makes your municipality unique? So we detected a strong sense of place that was important to the cultural identity and the well-being of municipal residents. And to give some more context about what the Priority Place initiative is, there's currently 11 priority places that are identified across Canada, including the Gesbowick, Southwest Nova Scotia Priority Place. And priority places are all areas with exceptionally high biodiversity and high concentrations of species at risk. And Gesbowick is home to 94% of the terrestrial species at risk in Nova Scotia. And the federal government is currently focusing their conservation efforts on these priority places, and they've already invested over $3 billion into conserving species at these priority places, including a $1 million investment that went to MTRI for this priority place geared work. And then for the second result that we have up there, we found a relative lack of knowledge around ecosystem services as well, which is the benefits that ecosystems naturally provide to communities. And this was relative to the knowledge that our respondents had regarding species at risk, invasive species, and ecosystems. And in those topics, they were much more knowledgeable and able to name species at risk. But with the ecosystem services, the majority, and it's 54 were unfamiliar, but also another 14% responded that they were unsure about ecosystem services. And despite this, again, the concept was frequently used in this question: what do you think makes your municipality unique? And you can see in the graphic illustration that tourism and recreation was a key ecosystem service that was brought up quite a bit, and then also the provisioning and support of resource-based industries is another ecosystem service. And again, this sense of place and the place-based identity is another ecosystem service known as a cultural service. In a survey question that came up later, we further detected a disconnect between ecosystem services and the major environmental concerns that municipalities are facing, as participants generally did not consider the loss of ecosystem services to be a high concern for their municipality. But at the same time, 59% of respondents reported that species at risk are very important to healthy ecosystems. So we found that municipalities recognize that there's a link between biodiversity and ecosystem functioning, but may need more support to kind of take it a step further, where conserving species will help us uphold ecosystem functionings, which is necessary for a lot of issues that municipalities are facing, like having clean drinking water, keeping erosion at a natural pace, controlling pests, regulating temperature. These are all services that are really relevant to municipalities and can be provided by having a healthy, functioning ecosystem. So the next question is, what is the main environmental concern for your municipality? And we found that climate change was undoubtedly the primary environmental concern for both municipalities and municipal residents. And this was evidenced as 21 of the 22 surveyed municipalities mentioned climate change as an environmental concern. And most of these municipalities also mentioned a related issue like the increase of extreme weather events, sea level rise, and increasing erosion. The second most prevalent environmental concern would be water quality, which was mentioned by the majority of municipalities as well. And some other prevalent concerns focused on how to, they're a bit more vague, like how to balance resource use and conservation. And when municipalities are making more efforts to regulate, there are issues with enforcement and cooperation. Moving on to the challenges or the barriers municipalities are facing, the forefront issues were a lack of funding, a lack of multi-level government support, lack of political will, and issues with capacity. So we also found there was a lack of engagement with NGOs, which shows us that there is an opportunity for more outreach from NGOs to municipalities. And that finding was evidenced by only 45% of participants being aware of and able to name at least one local NGO that's working to conserve species at risk. And then for the last little graphic facilitation piece we have, finally, we asked what tools and resources municipalities are already using and what tools and resources they would like to have. And this work is leading into the development of this species at risk toolkit. So this question really helped us gain some ideas on what to implement in the toolkit. We found that planning and policies are major tools that municipalities are already using and that they already have a system built there and that those would be good avenues to also build future tools. When asked how likely municipalities are to implement policy shifts and or planning strategies, we found a more positive response towards developing new policies. And this could be influenced by the majority of the survey coming from council members, and in terms of the 40% of the response that was full-time permanent staff, only 40% of those participants were planners, which was about 10 individuals. So in terms of tools and resources that municipalities need, the response included access to experts to help with education and outreach, more information available on species at risk, both in terms of mapped habitat or ranges and guidelines for action when a species at risk is found. And as a less tangible tool, municipalities indicated that they want to be able to engage more with each other, that they are working in silos to some degree, and that they recognize that species ranges and environmental impacts don't stop at municipal boundaries, and that they need a collaborative approach to, not just with other municipalities, but also with other levels of government and with NGOs, but in some cases need support because there's been a breakdown of trust between the organizations. So to get into some specific results for the municipality of the County of Kings, the respondents noted some unique features of the area, including the coastline, the dike system protecting acres of farmland, and the beautiful rivers and wetlands. The respondents from the municipality of the County of Kings also reported environmental concerns that were linked to climate change, like sea level rise, flooding, and that there's a lack of awareness surrounding species at risk, especially where they are located within the municipality, but also how to identify them. And respondents from this municipality were able to name several NGOs that the municipality is aware of that's doing species at risk work, including CARP, Friends of the Cornwallis River, and the Nova Scotia Invasive Species Council. So as I mentioned, the results from the survey are being used to develop a municipal species at risk toolkit, and the website that's at the top of this slide is where the toolkit will be hosted. And we're hoping that by having these discussions with municipality and considering their needs and challenges and considering the specific issues in each municipality, that we'll be able to create a toolkit that can fill some information gaps, that can help with outreach and connect municipalities to organizations. So currently that link hosts a ecosystem services infographic. So if you were to visit the link, you would see that there's some information describing what an ecosystem service is. And then on the right side of the slide, you can see there's 9 different services and a little graphic of different ecosystems in Nova Scotia. And if you click on the different services, then users are brought to another web page like this one, if you were to click on climate regulation. And it describes more in detail what the service is, and then also includes at the bottom there's some additional resources, so links to relevant projects that can relate to restoring this ecosystem service or improving it. For example, one of the ways that municipalities could work to restore climate regulation or improve climate regulation would be through the 2 Billion Trees project, where the government, which is a government-funded initiative to fund tree planting programs, but they are generally larger scale planting programs. Some of the tools kit components that we've been developing include spatial tools. We're creating 2 interactive maps, one of which will show various levels of bylaw protection afforded for species at risk in each municipality, which is being done through an evaluation of the land use bylaws, the municipal planning strategies, the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan, and the Municipal Climate Change Action Plan, which are all planning documents that have been mandated by the provincial government. And for example, this municipality's land use bylaws contain provisions specific to environmental constraint zones and shoreland zones. And in the shoreland zones, there is a bylaw stating that vegetation in the setback, in slopes, and in wetlands must remain undisturbed, although 35% can be removed to permit passage into the lake and a filtered view of the lake. So for these maps, those are the types of things we would be highlighting and the bylaws that we want to share so that other municipalities can view different bylaws that are being enacted and how they can improve theirs. For this municipality, a way that the land use bylaw could be improved is that the zoning maps are a little bit difficult to interpret because they lack contrasting colors, and that would be another example of the type of recommendations that we want to provide during this toolkit. And we really want to highlight the municipalities that are incorporating species at risk explicitly into their land use bylaw and their municipal planning strategy. So some examples of that is the municipality of the County of Annapolis, the town of Shelburne, and the town of Lunenburg have all mandated that there needs to be some kind of effort to determine if there's species at risk using an area or species at risk habitat in an area before a development proposal is approved. We're also planning to create a map that includes species at risk information and their ranges. And alongside it, we'll have some success stories of conservation in municipalities and some special places, as mentioned by the species respondents. And we're developing an interactive decision tree to help municipalities and other users find recommended strategies and actions that can be taken when a species at risk is found on someone's property. And the number one thing to do in those cases would be to report your sightings of species at risk. And on the KCC website where the toolkit will be hosted, there is also a web page for reporting your sightings. We're also looking at consolidating conservation and municipal planning tools and finding case studies of or examples of bylaws and policies that protect sensitive habitats across all of Canada. For example, in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Stewardship Association of Municipalities has partnered with local municipalities to create conservation agreements similar to a conservation easement, mainly for wetlands and species at risk habitat that just so they help develop a management plan for the area, and they enter an agreement saying that the area will not be developed. And this section of the toolkit, where the conservation and municipal planning tools, will also contain some outreach materials for species at risk. And we also plan to host some interactive tables to help municipalities find funding opportunities and find organizations that can help with their specific needs. So some organizations might be more able to help with planning, and that type of information would be available in the interactive table, so you could filter for organizations that help with planning or help with outreach or whatever it is that you're looking for. And then we'll also have a section in the toolkit for community action reports and guides. And this will kind of be a catch-all for different topics that are related to environmental stewardship, but not specific to species at risk. And some ideas for that area would be native plant lists, dark sky preserve best practices, and water quality resources. And beyond the municipal toolkit, we are also consolidating resources for private landowners, volunteers, and educators, and hoping to develop toolkits for them as well. And in closing, please consider this final question: how can your municipality be supported in environmental stewardship? And you're always welcome to reach out to me via email with any questions, suggestions, or opportunities to work together on a stewardship initiative. MTRI is actively looking for municipalities that are willing to do some stewardship work, and we are willing to provide funding to do this work and work with you. Some previous projects that we've funded include getting signage up on trails in Digby, In Briar Island, we did a stewardship plan for the eastern mountain avens, which is a rare Atlantic coastal plain flora species. And we're looking to do more projects like those. And thank you all for listening, and I'll now open the floor for questions.
Thank you. So don't move. I'm looking around the table to see whether there's any questions for the presenter, and I'm sure there will be. Councillor Granger. Sorry, Councillor Granger. I don't know how your light went on and off, but there it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you as well for your presentation. I was just wondering, on your levels that you're offering to schools, what level are you at? Are you from kindergarten right through to university, or?
In terms of resources for educators?
Yes.
We are still on the planning stages of that toolkit, but I am hoping to include, likely not university, but from the kindergarten all the way to high school.
Awesome. Thanks for the work that you do. It's
Yeah,
much
thank you.
needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions from the table? Deputy Mayor Lutz.
So
Yeah, we're having, I
Yeah.
don't know who I'm competing with here, but.
the system is set so that when we push our button, the mic comes on instead of puts us in the queue. So that's the issue for today. Aren't you glad you're chairing today, Mayor
IT's
Matera?
been in here without me, yeah.
Sorry. Mine's not a question so much as just a comment. And as you were going through your presentation, I was thinking about how, particularly the piece about the connection to planning and how municipalities are sort of steeped in planning, some more than others. And I would say Kings County particularly is pretty steeped in a long history of planning, where we have some of the oldest planning documents in the province. And we've been thinking about land use here for a long time. But the lens has generally been around protecting farmland, and it has been really effective, because we've been able to preserve huge swaths of land that is pretty appealing to developers who might want to put up lots of housing because it's flat and it's got good soil and there's no trees and it's easy to build on. But we've been pretty adamant since the 70s about saying, like, we need food to live, we need to be able to farm. Our soils are excellent here, and so we've used this planning as a tool to really make positive change, and you can look back through history and trace it and see how effective it's been. And my thought was that I'm glad you're thinking about planning, because planning is a tool that can be used to, if you put that lens on it, in the same way we've been thinking about farming and food security. Other municipalities, our municipality could add that lens of conservation and species at risk, and it can be such an effective tool. So it's just a comment that, like, we're a really good example of, and maybe we've been a little too single-minded in our focus on farmland, but it is such a powerful tool, and if you're talking to municipal governments, it's a language they can understand. So I just want to, say thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you're doing. And also, I'm glad that you're talking and thinking about planning, because it is an incredibly powerful tool to shape our communities, and it's one that you can see the results of years later, looking back at how you've made a difference. And just like we need farms and food to live, we also need a healthy planet and diverse ecosystems. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. And to add to it, I do think the protection of farmland is also important for conservation, and those edge habitats supports really big insect populations, which support our insectivores and bats, and farmland can be super important as well.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yes, also not necessarily a question, but I just wanted to reach out as well. I'm an early childhood educator, so if in the development of your educational processes, if you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to offer any assistance that I can with the younger ages. So,
Yeah, thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the table? Councillor Kittle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question regarding your organization. Do you folks get involved with the issue around aerial spraying within the forests and the effects it has on the diversity and insects and that sort of thing?
Yeah, we do have quite a bit of forestry work going on. I don't know if anyone is studying spraying specifically, but we're looking at managed forests and forests that have been managed for harvest and checking what species are still present there and determining if species at risk are still using that area. We're also very closely related to Kejimakujik, and they're currently looking at doing some chemical treatments on hemlocks for HWA. So we are involved with the use of sprays, or the use of insecticides, but not so much the aerial sprays.
Yeah. The recent issue around the spraying in the forests, Burlington area and Baxter's Harbor area. Just wondering about your involvement, if you will be more involved, or have you been? Yeah.
I wouldn't say we have been, but it's definitely something to keep on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, please.
Sorry, this time I do have a question. How are the bats doing? How's the bat population growing in Nova Scotia?
Well, it suffered a decline of 95%, and they do seem to be recovering right now. So we are, I think, in other areas as well where white nose syndrome hit earlier, like in Ontario and in the US, they saw a similar, like, really steep decline in the bat populations, and then they've started to recover, and now they kind of go up and down. So it seems like after a while they start to develop some resistance to the white nose syndrome. So we are hopeful that they're going to be doing better soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from around the table? I have a couple. Because I'm curious about you organizationally. Where does your funding come from, and how much is available to you to do your work?
Our largest funder right now is the federal government, or Environment and Climate Change Canada, and in terms of what is available to do our work, it kind of depends on what the project is, but since our last fiscal, we haven't supported any projects yet, so we should have a good amount to do some work, but I would have to look at the budget to tell you an exact number.
And what's your staff complement?
What is our staff?
Complement? How many people do you have on staff?
I think we have just slightly over 15 staff right now, so we've grown quite a bit recently, started with 1 staff, and we have, I think, about 4 summer students at the moment.
And you're headquartered where?
In Caledonia.
Okay.
Yep.
How do you deal with jurisdictional issues? The water is either governed by the federal government or the provincial government. Environmental issues are generally governed by the province. We can, with land use planning, with that tool, which, as the Deputy Mayor said, is a very powerful tool in terms of protecting shoreland, for example. We can create a bylaw that says you have to build such and such a distance from shoreland or environmentally sensitive land. We can do that because we can zone that land as environmentally sensitive. The province is about to come down with regulations under its Coastal Protection Act. Have you been following that? Did you have any input into it?
I am aware of the Coastal Management Act,
Yes.
or the Protection Act that they're trying to put down, and I think it's generally a good thing to protect as much of the shoreline as possible, but I don't have much more of a comment beyond that.
And what about such items as clear cutting of forests and so on? Are you associated in any way with the proponents or opponents of that practice?
For forests, I believe right now we're really trying to target private landowners, and we're offering an incentive program, and I believe we're giving them a little bit of money to not cut any of their forest land, and we have quite a number of woodlot owners who are entering this agreement with us, and also we work with the Family Forest Network to help with outreach is a big part of it as well for these cuttings. Less so, I think we're less involved with industry though.
Okay, just checking my list here that I made as you were talking, and one of the items on my list was how do you cope with the private land issue? Yeah, I think you've answered that. Jurisdictionally, there certainly are issues both up and down the chain and across the chain, the silos that you referred to. So I'm happy to hear that you've pointed those out and recognized them. I want to thank you on behalf of Council for your presentation. I want to thank you for helping me understand that your last name is a soft C and not a hard C, so it's Rasiopa. Yes. We wish you well in your work. We appreciate the information you brought to this council, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Great, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you all so much.
Do we have a motion to receive that report? So again, for the public, for the purposes of council's written record, yes, please feel free to anyone in the room when your item is finished, if that you're interested in hearing about what you've heard about it, don't feel that you have to stay here for the next 6 hours with us. Any presentation that's heard before council that we wish to formally receive into the record, we actually have a motion come forward for that purpose. So the proposed motion is the Committee of the Whole receive the presentation from the Mersey Tobeatic Research Institute as provided today for information. Mover of the motion, Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. And that's passed unanimously. We lost Councillor Hurtle again for a moment, didn't we? And Councillor Armstrong is with us. Let the record show. The next item on the agenda, a little bit late, we let the first presentation run over, but we thank you all for being here, is from Horton High School students regarding bike lane. And the presenters are Mary Claire Smiley, Claire Hand, Olivia Kirkby. Really? Welcome to you all, and I'll put your mic on and you can begin your presentation. Introduce yourself, please, when you're at the mic. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Mary Claire Smiley. This is Claire Hand, and this is Olivia Kirkby. And we are here trying to get a grant, I guess, for Horton High School to receive a bike trail, or for you to be able to bring it to higher power in government to, So hello, Kings County Council members. When Horton students and staff of Horton High School bike or walk to school, they are going along the side of a road where drivers are driving 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. We are concerned that this isn't safe. Most who don't want to put themselves in danger choose to not bike at all. It's unfortunate. We, Mary Claire Smiley and Olivia Kirkby and Claire Hand, want Horton High School students and staff to have a safe and efficient way to bike or walk to school. According to Canada.ca, which button do I press?
We've got some help with this lady over here. There you go.
According to Canada.ca, 22% of Canadians walk, 4% bike, and 74% use motorized transportation to get to school. If everyone had access to a safe bike trail or bike lane, more people would walk or bike to school instead of using motorized transportation. Biking to school not only benefits our mental and physical health, but also the environment.
How does it help the environment, you may ask? Deciding to bike over driving just once a day can reduce the average person's transportation-related emissions by 67%. An increase in bike lane each year could save 6 to 14 million tons of carbon dioxide. The sound cars make creates noise pollution. These disturbing sounds have environmental impact affecting ecosystems, causing health problems for people. Replacing noisy vehicles with quiet bikes results in less engine noise and traffic congestion, which both make for a healthier environment.
Not only does it benefit the environment, but also our well-being. Being outside in fresh air boosts our mood and makes us more productive. It is shown that fresh air will improve your academic performance in the classroom. There are endless positive effects for people being outside. Fresh air increases the oxygen levels in your brain, which provides more clarity to the brain that helps you think, focus, and concentrate better. Being outside, as we know, has great effects on our mental health, and schools always promote going outside and being active to improve your well-being. Building a bike trail will not only encourage kids to be more active, but will also inspire other schools to do the same.
Biking regularly improves your heart, lungs, and circulation, and can reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases. Biking can also improve your joint mobility, increase muscle strength, and flexibility. Overall, cycling can reduce the risk of many health problems.
Canada is part of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Well, this bike trail falls under at least 2 of them. Number 3, good health and well-being, and number 11, sustainable cities and communities. We should be putting these goals at the front of our objectives as Nova Scotians. The achievement of sustainable prosperity is a shared responsibility among all levels of the government, the private sector, and all Nova Scotians. Article 2B of the Environment, Goals, and Climate Change Reduction Act discusses core active transportation networks. This act states that key community destinations should be connected by a network of active transportation facilities that are accessible for walking, biking, and rolling. In my book, a school is definitely a key community destination.
There have been 2 petitions in recent years by Horton students gauging support for a bike trail to Horton. More than 600 people responded positively. So you can see that this isn't only important to us, but also for many others. For this lane to attract more people, we think it would be best to connect it to the rails trails. We already know a couple teachers who use the rails trails to come towards the school. Here is a visual for our idea. So the red line shows our trail, and the green line at the top shows the rails trails connecting to our school.
In a perfect world, we would have a trail that's detached from the road with a nice pathway. We understand that this would be a big expense, so perhaps a paved shoulder with bike lane markings would be more financially feasible. In this picture, you can see that there is space on the side of the road for this option, so this is the road going up to Horton. To reiterate, as Horton students, we want there to be a safe, easy way for everyone to bike to school. Thank you for your time. We hope that you will support our initiative and take it under consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay with us because there may well be questions for you from council table. And indeed there are. Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. And so glad that you're interested in this kind of thing and you see the benefits of it, which is fabulous. Just wondering if you know how many kilometers would this trail have to be from where to where?
I don't really know the exact length, but it is not very long because the rails trails is actually quite nearby to the school. But we want to have a pathway so that people don't need to go like on the side of the road, so they have like a safer way to access that road and get to the school.
Right, I get it. That is a dangerous little area there. People do drive fast. I'm actually guilty of that as well. I do the speed limit. So, yes, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Granger. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the presenters. Excellent presentation. I was just curious, what is the population of the Horton School now? Number of students?
I think it's about 900.
Okay.
Just over 900.
And a number of students presently bike to school?
Pardon?
How many students presently would bike to school? Are you aware of the number?
We're not aware of the number who actually bike, but we believe that there would be a big increase of people who would bike because we know, like ourselves, we have easy access to the rails trails. So like, and multiple other of our friends would. So we think that there would be a big increase in people who would be able to bike to school.
If there was a bike lane or whatever?
Yes, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Lutz.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for coming today and sharing what is a really important issue to like the students at Horton School, but also across Kings County. You may have already seen we have an active transportation plan, and we're trying to, really increase bike lanes all over the county, but especially around schools. So I really appreciate you highlighting this particular one because it's really important. It's one we've talked about around this council table before. We talk about, students, particularly high school students who can bike up that hill and get up to school. And it's not like it's an elementary school where there's like little kids. You guys are all big enough and you can get up there. So I really appreciate you coming. My question is this, so I see your class is a grade 9 citizenship class. So before you came here today, did you read the active transportation plan? Like, did you have an idea of what the county might be able to help you with? Or was it part of a project? Like, what kind of prompted you to come to us?
Well, to be honest, at the beginning of this project, we weren't really sure what we wanted to do, but then it did come to our attention that there was no bike trail, and we never really realized it ourselves. And after doing more research, we just found that it was a big problem that we think that there should be a bike trail and an option for people.
I think that's awesome. And I would also just encourage you to write letters to the MLAs in Kings County too. And because I think when we are always asking the provincial government for stuff, but when young people do it and students do it, it really has, I think, an additional impact and meaning. So I think this is either Keith Irving or John Lohr. So you could give either one of them a letter and that might help your cause as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor sort of brought the item up that I wanted to bring up regarding approaching the province and the MLAs. Maybe you haven't done that to date, have you? It's a good presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
And it's needed that kind of an effort for sure. But I think it would be important to reach out to the MLAs and maybe jointly between the municipality and the province we could look toward doing something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the majority of my questions were asked, so I thought I might look for clarity. Which communities feed into Horton High School?
So, like New Minas, Greenwich, Woodville, then, like, I don't even, is White Rock a community?
Is Port Williams there as well?
Yes, Port Williams also, yeah. So yeah, Port Williams Elementary, or like EMS would, and Woodville School, and Hantsport also.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good job covering all those. I too want to thank you, both myself and on behalf of council, for your presentation. It was well done. I want you to know that we have been working on this project as a council. We have been lobbying the provincial government. You have an ally and the owner of the Old Orchard Inn. We've also been touching the issue with him and jointly been approaching the province in an effort to find a solution for this, because we too, as a municipality, believe that this is a worthy project. So I reiterate what has been said by other councillors, that there is strength in numbers, and sometimes there's strength in not all getting together and writing a letter, but strength in the community that you represent, which is the users, and all those students that follow you in the future, that you contact the MLAs with respect to this. So, as the Deputy Mayor has said, Minister Lohr, I don't believe represents your district, but he's very close, and he's in government. And MLA Irving, who is responsible for your district, but is not actually in government at the present time. But obviously they collaborate, and we collaborate with them. So any any strong voice, and we all consider your voices to be strong, that will reach out and put a little friendly pressure on these folks and explain to them why, what's the reason why, because they get hung up on the how. So they need to be encouraged to work a little more on the how. Right now, I'm sorry to tell you that we're not making the kind of progress that we would like to see made in this area. So any help you can give us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Great, thank you very much.
You don't have to stay either.
Okay, gotta get to school now, I guess. Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us to item 7 on our agenda, administration, recreation in our communities, an update on summer recreation programming in our municipality. This will be led by Amy Johnson, recreation coordinator, and Carly Flecknell, summer recreation intern. But before we do that, do we have a motion to receive the last presentation, please? So the suggested motion is the Committee of the Whole receive the presentation from the Horton High School students as provided on today's date for information. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor, who is that guy down there? Alan. Any question on the motion? All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. I will get my glasses changed. So, I'm sorry to have interrupted you in midstream. I know you were all excited to go. That motion's been passed unanimously, and we're now ready to hear from you, Ms. Flecknell, and let's hit the road running here. As soon as I get your light on. I feel like a conductor. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Carly Flecknell, and I am grateful to be back as the recreation intern for the 2023 summer season. Thank you for your time today. I feel very fortunate to tell you about some of the recreation programming and services we are offering throughout the municipality of Kings this summer. We are excited for a busy summer and have assembled a well-rounded team. Some of the members of our team are in the gallery behind me. As mentioned, I am the recreation intern. We also have Luke Greener and Owen McCrae filling the role of the recreation assistants. Our community play specialists are Anna Flecknell, Annie McGowan, and Riley Lake. And our paddle leaders are Lucy Harland, Lauren Hainstock, Kaylee Newcomb, and Miranda Frazier. To begin, I am going to talk about offerings for children and youth. The municipality is offering 4 day camps this summer across the Kings region. The day camps run Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The first day camp is being offered at the Meadowview Community Center, July 4th to 7th. The second camp is being held at St. Mary's Elementary School, July 17th to the 21st. And the third camp is at Colebrook and District School from July 31st to August 4th. And then we are at Gasbro Valley Elementary School, August 14th to the 18th for our final week of camp. The camp is $125 per child for St. Mary's, Colebrook, and Gasbro. There is an exception for the Meadowview camp due to that week only 4 days as there is a holiday on Monday, so we are offering that camp for $100 per child. Day camp is open to children ages 5 to 11 years old, but the 5-year-olds must have completed pre-primary. Each camp is open to a maximum of 24 participants. Day camp participants will have the chance to explore nature and local ecology, show off their art skills, read books provided by our local library, go on field trips, engage with guest speakers, and most of all, have fun while being physically active. I am happy to announce that one of our day camps is completely full and the other 3 are almost full. Day camp registration opened on June 5th and the registration process has been going well. We are also offering paddle camps. Paddle camp will run Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Aylesford Lake Public Beach. We are offering 3 paddle camps this summer, July 25th to the 27th, August 1st to the 3rd, and August 8th to the 10th. This camp is open to those aged 8 to 13 years old. There is a maximum of 12 participants per camp. Paddle camp is $115 per week per person, and each participant can only sign up for 1 week due to the high demand. Throughout the week, campers will have the chance to make new friends while engaging in a wide variety of activities, including boat safety, field games, arts and crafts, and most importantly, kayak and stand-up paddleboard adventures. All the equipment that is needed will be provided for the campers to use. Registration opened on June 7th, and I am very happy to share that all 3 paddle camps are full and there is a wait list for each camp. We are also offering half-day multi-sport camps. This camp gives participants the opportunity to explore and try a wide variety of sports. Our recreation assistants will guide the group through a morning of fun while learning the basics of the sport that day and building physical literacy throughout the week. We are offering 2 multi-sport camps, July 10th to the 14th at Centerville Community Park and August 14th to the 18th at Waterville Recreation Park. Registration is required, but the cost is to be determined as we are still confirming some details. Trail adventures are a way to get children familiar with the local trails and their ecological features while engaging in nature-based play around the Kings region. Trail adventures are offered every second Wednesday starting July 12th until August 23rd from 1:30 to 4. Children will engage in field games and then adventure on to one of our beautiful trails. Trail adventure packages are supplied to engage children with a story and hands-on learning about the nature surrounding them. Registration is required for trail adventures. Price is to be determined as we are still finalizing details for this program. The trail adventures can also be found online should families want to participate on their own afterwards. Pop-up plays are returning to playgrounds, parks, and communities throughout the Kings region this summer. Pop-up plays happen every Tuesday and Friday afternoons on opposite weeks of day camp. Pop-up plays are a way to get families in the community outside for some fresh air and unstructured play, along with crafts and other fun things such as teddy bear picnics. Our summer recreation staff will be there to provide community members with equipment and to facilitate participation in games and activities. These events start on July 12th and run every second Tuesday and Friday until August 25th. Our locations span from St. Mary's Elementary School to East Dalhousie, Burlington, Aylesford Lake, Aldershot, Kingsport Picnic Park, and more. These events are free and everyone is welcome. Registration is not required. This summer, our recreation team is offering pop-up art sessions every Friday morning, starting July 14th. We will visit 4 different locations across the Kings region. This program gives attendees an opportunity to explore the nature and beauty surrounding them while fostering their creative abilities. Each session will have a theme that may mirror this location we are in. Pop-up art sessions begin at 9 a.m. and finish at 11:30. Registration will be required. Details will be finalized with our play specialists and advertised publicly. Next up, we have our family programming. Once again, we are offering free kayak and paddleboard loans at Aylesford Lake Public Beach. Kayak and paddleboard loans will take place 7 days a week beginning July 1st. For our loans, we have 9 single kayaks, 3 double kayaks, 4 youth paddleboards, and 6 adult paddleboards. Members of the public can borrow the equipment for 1 hour at a time, as we want to be able to offer this service to as many community members as possible. Loan reservations will be available online and they will be advertised publicly when bookings begin. The kayak and paddleboard loan program are a great way for community members and visitors to explore Aylesford Lake and see all it has to offer. Additionally, we have tennis programming. Lessons will be offered twice a week in 2 locations. There will be 2 programs that service both family and youth. Family programming runs 6 to 7 p.m. and youth programming runs 7 to 8 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The age range for family programming is ages 5 and up and youth 10 to 16 years old. Registration is now available. Walk and talks are a great way to get all ages and abilities outside for some physical activity. These walks will take place on the Harvest Moon Trail, beginning at 4 different trailheads throughout the summer. Walk and talks are offered every second Wednesday beginning July 12th, and they go until August 23rd. The walks will run from 10 a.m. to 11:30 and are family-friendly for all ages and abilities. Walk and talks are free for all. This is a great opportunity to get outside and enjoy the wonderful trail system we have. You can stay for as long or as little as you would like. No registration is required. Next up, we have senior programming. We are offering a wide variety of events this summer for residents 55 plus. This week, we have the return of King's 55 plus games. Yesterday, we kicked off the week with washer toss at Centennial Park in Kingston in the morning, and then crokinole at the Canning Lions Hall in the afternoon, which each had about 16 participants. Today, Tuesday, we have Hawaiian-themed bingo at the Colebrook Lions Hall from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Wednesday, we are doing a trail walk at Miners Marsh and Kempville from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Thursday at Rainforth Park in Berwick, we are offering a shuffleboard try-it from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And to end off the week, we have the game of 45s planned from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then a games afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m., both at the Louis Millet Complex. These events are all free. Light refreshments will be provided and no registration is required. On July 2nd, we are taking a group of 55 plus residents on a bus trip to the 2023 Royal Nova Scotia International Tattoo. The tickets for this trip cost $90 per person and include a pickup at one of the 3 locations, Kingston, Berwick, and New Minas, coach transportation, a ticket to the show, and a drop-off back at one of the 3 locations. Tickets have been on sale since May 26th. Please contact me today to reserve your ticket. On the 3rd Tuesday of every month, Recreation staff put on a senior bingo social at the Colebrook Lions Hall from 1 to 3 p.m. This event is free and no registration is required. Light refreshments are provided. A bus trip to Grafton Street Dinner Theatre is being planned for August. Tickets will be sold in advance and will include tickets to the show and coach bus transportation. Multiple pickup locations of Kingston, Berwick, and New Minas will again be offered. On Saturday, July 1st, we are hosting our annual Canada Day celebration at Aylesford Lake Public Beach. There will be a flag raising ceremony, cake cutting, DJ, face painting, and fun for all ages and ability, and it is free. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to the celebration from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. A poster for this event is on our Facebook page. Please consider sharing on your networks and communities. Lastly, Recreation staff are planning a Family Fun Day event for residents in Kings County. This event will take place in August. Event details are still being finalized, but as soon as they are complete, this event will be advertised publicly. Thank you for the chance to present. At this time, I am able to answer questions, should there be any, that relate to our summer programming lineup.
Thank you, Ms. Flecknell. There are always questions, so you just stay right there. Deputy Mayor Lutz.
No question, just a comment. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks to all the staff who've chosen to work at Kings County this summer. I know there's a lot of opportunities out there for young people to work, and we're extremely happy that you've joined our team and that you'll be around this summer. And I'm sure I've already seen some of you already, but I'll be seeing some of you out and about. And just how proud I am of this incredible programming and this exciting summer ahead. I really couldn't be more thrilled. So thank you so much for just to all the staff involved. I know Amy plays a huge part in it, and Brittany as well. But it's just so exciting. And I can't be at the Aylesford Lake event, so I'm giving my early regrets because we spend every Canada Day in New Brunswick with my husband's family, so I'm really sorry because it's right in my backyard and I love going, but yeah, just thank you. This is so great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, comment and question. My family had the pleasure of being able to participate in one of the pop-up plays last summer in Colebrook Elementary, and it was absolutely great. Staff were very engaging, and my youngest son, he's very shy, but they were able to draw him out and ensure that he was feeling comfortable and engaged and able to participate in the event. So again, I may have emailed you last summer to thank you for that, but thanks again, and thanks to the staff. In regards to senior programming, I was contacted for a couple things, wondering if in the future you may be possibly able to explore these as options. One being pickleball and the other lawn bowling. Is that something that you might explore in the future?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. Yes, yeah, we can discuss that for sure, but I know we just bought some pickleball equipment for our play boxes actually that go around the Kings region. So we are adding those in there so families can play with that. But yeah, we could definitely discuss that, and that's definitely some options that we could do in the future.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great programming for the summer. Hope everybody has fun, and that's what it's all about, and great to see that. I did miss something, the tennis locations.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to council, they will be at the Centerville Community Park, July 10th to 14th, and Waterville Recreation Park, August 14th to 18th.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter. What was the cost associated with the Grafton Street Dinner Theater? Did you mention that?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council, no, I didn't mention it, as details are still being finalized.
Oh, okay. But there's still space for that trip?
We haven't advertised it publicly yet.
Oh,
yet.
okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. I had a couple. The bus tours, the tattoo trip and so on, are those revenue neutral, or do we subsidize those?
So with most of our programming that we require registration for or pre-booking for, we try to be cost neutral on everything. I will just put out there that the costs have gone up on these, as the cost to rent buses is ever increasing. Fuel surcharge is a massive number. So that's why it's difficult to advertise things too far in advance, as the costs can continue to change monthly. Yeah, so we try. We plan to be cost neutral.
So the effort is there to make it revenue
Absolutely,
neutral.
yeah, all of the programs.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Flecknell, the walk and talks, are they new? I don't remember hearing about those before.
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. No, we offered them last summer as well, every Wednesday morning, or every second Wednesday morning. Yeah.
And when I hear about pop-ups, I think those are really neat, but I'm wondering about what your participation rate is. I mean, how much in advance do you say or do you say we're going to be there, and when you do, what kind of turnouts do you get?
Yeah, so we usually do it a week in advance, and then usually the night before or the morning of. And it really depends on the location. I know some locations like St. Mary's and Colebrook last year, we had like a great turnout, but then in other locations, we had one or two. But so we're really trying to push for more participation this year by implementing like different items and events at these pop-up plays. So for instance, scavenger hunts and arts and crafts and theme pop-up plays and things like that.
Okay. Ms. Johnson might have something to add there.
Yeah, sorry. Great answer. So Within the rec department, we've been talking about it a lot, and it's really important to us to hit communities that don't have centralized rec type programming. So even if we do see some smaller numbers in, say, like a Burlington area, or maybe a Morton, or Gasbro, or not that these are always the case, but it is important to us to be present in those communities. So we are planning the entire summer now with some flexibility based on weather and anything else that could happen. So we will be trying to advertise a little farther in advance this year as well, to try to spread the word and let people plan ahead. So.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, well, first of all, I look at your crew, and I'm also joining with the Deputy Mayor in congratulating everybody for their enthusiasm and for working this program so well. And I'm hearing you say at one point in your presentation that many of these programs are fully booked, more than fully booked. And that obviously begs, and I'm not going to put you on the spot, I'll just make a statement. It obviously begs the question as to whether we should be expanding the programs in order to be able to take more people. But I'm sure that takes more resources, more planning, more equipment. I understand that. But it's very good to hear that we're being fully booked. So thank you for your presentation. There are no more questions from the table. We appreciate you all. And as I said to the previous groups, don't feel you have to stay for the next 4 hours.
Thank you.
Thanks. Under Administration Item B, King's Vision Grants 2023-2024, Joanna McGrath is here to present on that item. Ms. McGrath, when you're ready. Or is she here?
No,
Oh, there you are.
Good morning, Council. The intent today is presentation for the Committee of the Whole to consider the 2023-24 King's Vision Grant funding, which will be provided as 3 separate recommendations. As a little background, the King's Vision Grant contributes to the municipality's vision of being a community of communities where all people belong. The grant provides assistance for organizations undertaking projects that align with one of the key 5 strategic priorities of the municipality's strategic plan. Those are strong communities, environmental stewardship, economic development, good governance, and financial sustainability. The program has a minimum request of $7,500 with a maximum funding of up to 50% of the total project's cost. The award decision for this grant program rests with Council, with staff bringing forward a funding recommendation based on the average of the allocations submitted by each member of Council. A brief summary timeline that's taken us to the process to this final stage. Applications were received to this program to the April 1st deadline. Per the community grants policy, staff reviewed all applications for completeness and ensured eligibility criteria had been met by all the applicants. Staff then contacted applicants as needed to request additional information and ensure that Council had as much information as possible when reviewing those applications. On May 23rd, grant applications were made available to all members of Council through the secure site, and a request was made to complete individual allocation recommendations using up to the entire $600,000 King's Vision Grant budget. May 30th was set as the deadline for all allocation submissions to be returned by staff. Using the submissions, staff then averaged the allocations received to prepare today's presented recommendations, using the average as a base. The recommendations today are broken into 3 separate motions, with the first being the existing multi-year. This can be found in your package as Appendix A, titled 2023-24 King's Vision Grant Existing Multi-Year Recommendations. This recommendation, which again is based on the average, includes full funding to all the existing organizations previously awarded multi-year funding. There are no changes recommended to the original pre-funding conditions as previously approved. This results in a total recommendation award amount of $262,570 to the existing multi-year organizations. The second recommendation involves new multi-year funding, which can be found in the package as Appendix B, titled 2023-24 King's Vision Grant New Multi-Year Recommendations. Minor adjustments were made to the average years of funding, and in turn, the annual amounts to recommended funding of rounded dollar figures and using full year terms. Pre-funding conditions are recommended for both of these projects. This recommendation includes funding the Halls Harbor Community Development Association, a total of $609,000, to be paid as $87,000 per year for 7 years. With discussion with the Halls Harbor Community Development Association, an adjustment has been made to the pre-funding conditions that were originally listed in Appendix B of the posted agenda package. Rather than confirmation of complete project funding, the condition has been adjusted to require confirmation of annual contribution project funding, as detailed in the original application budget dated March 2023. Additionally, a minor change has been made to condition number 2 to ensure it's clear that confirmation of approved development agreement and approvals from authorities having jurisdiction must be provided prior to any construction commencing. A contribution agreement will be prepared that clearly outlines these conditions. The other multi-year is the Valley African Nova Scotia Development Association for a total of $507,927 to be paid as $72,561 per year for 7 years. Pre-funding conditions for that are that confirmation of complete project funding must be provided before a contribution agreement is prepared and any funding is released. This results in a total recommended award amount of $159,561 this year to the new multi-years. The third and final recommendation today involves the new single-year funding, which can be found in the package as Appendix C, 2023-24 King's Vision Grant New Single-Year Recommendation. This recommendation includes funding the 11 organizations listed and resulted in a total recommended award amount of $177,864 this year. All awards over $7,500 are paid as 80% initial payment, with the final 20% being held until accountability requirements are met. The slide on your screen, although while hard to read, is also included in the package today as Appendix D, titled 2023-24 King's Vision Grant Recommendations, the complete recommendation chart. This shows all of the funding recommendations today. Section 1.1 and 1.2, which are the existing multi-year and the new multi-years, are expanded to show the total funding spread over the full terms. So this can highlight the potential impact on subsequent fiscal years and on future councils. Per policy, these multi-year grants are subject to an annual approval. Included in all the appendices is the averaged amount of which, when compared to staff's recommendations, it highlights that only minor adjustments of general rounding are proposed to bring us to the total recommended award amount of $600,000. Of the approved King's Vision grant budget of $600,000. Alternatives to today's recommendations include that Council may recommend to increase or decrease any allocation while remaining within the total King's Vision budget grant of $600,000. Or Council may decide to apply additional conditions to any specific funding allocation. And in terms of implementation, once approved, staff will advise all applicants of their outcomes, including any associated conditions. And with that, I will leave you with the recommendations, and I am happy to take any questions of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. And we have one question. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Actually, two, if I might.
You may. There's no other lights on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Just two questions. So you explained the difference in the Halls Harbor Vansta new multi-year recommendations section. And you noted that the pre-funding conditions for Halls Harbor changed from confirmation of complete project funding to confirmation of annual funding. But I noticed that Vansta still requires confirmation of complete project funding. Can you talk about why one was changed and the other wasn't?
On the scope of the project for Halls Harbor, and I don't want to speak completely for Halls Harbor, but it is a large project that involves quite a bit of engineering and construction wise, and that it's going to be multi-phased and different things over the years. So they had asked us to consider looking at it as an annual funding instead of having it all at once. They didn't feel that they would have complete project funding at any one time.
Okay, and do we know the status of the does Vansta have complete project funding? Do we know like how close they are, or if they would benefit from having that same flexibility?
I'm not completely sure how far they are on funding. We haven't heard from them saying that that would be a stumbling block, but certainly if it was, I mean, we could have that discussion, but
okay, thank you.
And normally, in most of our projects, we always have had that clause of complete project funding to ensure that the money is there for the project to be completed before we allocate our funds.
Right, totally makes sense. Thank you. And I have one more, if that's okay.
Yeah, although on your first question, I'll just interrupt you and then we'll come back to your second question. Mr. Frost wanted to weigh in on that.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Deputy Mayor Lutz. So the timing of the two projects, the Vansta project it's going to happen quite quickly, and we are aware that their funding is if not entirely in place, almost entirely in place. So that project will happen like probably very quickly, although there's mortgages and stuff involved, so they'll be paying it for a while. And then on the, again, as Joanna mentioned, the Halls Harbor is kind of a longer term multi-phase project.
Great, glorious, thank you.
Okay. Your second question.
Yeah, thank you. And then my other one was, just on the difference between the average allocation amounts for the existing multi-year recommendations and the recommended funding amounts. I think why we do that, because in my mind, when we send out the sheet, we should probably not be able to, as counselors, we should probably not be able to award less than the sort of the committed amount. But I think you sort of answered my question at the end of your presentation when you said some of the alternatives are that we can recommend alternatives. And we have this sort of conversation year over year, we pass these motions sometimes 4 or 5 years before, and we are reconsidering the project, year over year over year, and sometimes we sort of forget or we lose that contact with that initial motion. So I was sort of curious, why is council even allowed to recommend less than what we've sort of committed to year over year? But I think the answer is that because we could technically still decide to award them less this year through motion. And so I guess I was just sort of seeking clarity on the difference between those things. And I think it is sort of right that staff recommend what's different than what council's averaged, because that's what we have committed to. But the option does exist for council to go with that averaged amount if we wanted to. Right? Am I sort of correct in saying that? Just trying to wrap my brain around that difference.
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. Yes. So it does give you that. The King's Vision is yours to make the decision on. Staff just takes what you have allocated and averaged it and presents it back that way. But there is that flexibility there, or should the scope of a longer term project change, there is an option. There's options there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next up is Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I noticed there was some information that was put on our sheets when they were sent out to us for allocation that's not here. One of them was the fact that Rowan's Room, from what I understand, we haven't paid out any money to them.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Armstrong, that is correct. They have not met their 3 existing pre-funding conditions currently yet, so we are holding the prior 2 years.
And we hold that separately somewhere so that if and when the time comes.
That's correct.
We're not
Once they
coming
meet
up
their pre-funding conditions, then
Right.
the money can.
In the first one for the existing multi-year recommendations, if I read this correctly, after this year's budget, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these will be paid out completely, and there will be only 2 will be carrying forward into our next budget year.
That's correct.
Okay, because my big concern is getting into a lot of existing multi-year recommendations, that we get so many that it doesn't leave anything at the bottom for the people that are looking for something over 1 year. And so I was a little hesitant at first with the numbers requested by Halls Harbor and Vansta, only because if those others hadn't fallen away, it would have left us like less than $100,000 to be distributed next year amongst maybe single year requests, and I don't think that's fair. But I'm okay with where the 3 are falling, or the 4 are falling off, and these ones will come up. So I think that's it for me right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, actually similar to Councillor Armstrong's question, I noticed that 71% of the total budget is allocated to existing multi-year and new multi-year recommendations. Do you have the history on what that percentage would be from last year, the year before, and going back? I know you probably didn't come prepared with that.
Certainly. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hurdle. I don't have it on me, but I can certainly look it up and let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the presenter? I think just have a comment, and it's the one I had written down has already been repeated by Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Hurdle, is that that the rollovers consume 50% of the budget, which means we don't have $600,000 a year to entertain new applications with. And that's always been an issue with councils as we go forward. $600,000 is a large budget. The asks are so large that we get into the multi-years to the extent that half or 30% of our budget is all that's available for the annual projects. So it's important that we say to ourselves and future councils that as these, we have to keep a close eye on this so that when things do get their last advance and fall off the list, that we've always got at least a sustainable amount left in the fund to distribute. And I might also say, just simply for the record, that the reason why all of these grants are subject to annual review is that we don't, as a council, want to bind future councils in the event that they have different priorities when they come to the table. So thank you for your presentation. It was it's heartening that we're putting that kind of money into these very important projects, and it's always good to hear about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. That leaves us with a motion to accept this for the purposes of the record, receive it, rather. If we could have that motion. So the recommended motion is the Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council that it approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision grant allocations for the existing multi-year commitments for a total of $262,570 as described in Appendix A to the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Hurtle, you had a question?
Yes. I'm just on the Bank of Canada website doing an inflation calculator, and my recollection 2 years past, at least for my term on council, is this $600,000 figure has remained at $600,000 consistently year over year. But with inflation and the value of the dollar decreasing, effectively we're seeing a 15% reduction in that value going out as a grant. If in the future, might we consider tying this grant to an CPI or an inflationary automatic adjustment so that we're not seeing a continued decrease in the amount of value that we're putting out in the community via this vision grant?
Thank you for the comment. That's certainly a matter that staff can give consideration to when preparing recommendations for the next budget year. Yep. They may have an argument for or against, but your point's taken. Thank you. So we've got 3 recommendations. So the second suggested recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend that the Municipal Council approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision Grant allocations for the new multi-year commitments, including all supplementary conditions, for a total of $159,561 as described in Appendix B of the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. Do I have a mover of the motion? So moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Granger's out of her seat, so that's unanimously passed. Thank you. And the third motion that is suggested for our consideration is the Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council that it approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision Grant allocations for the new single-year requests for a total of $177,869 as described in Appendix C of the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. Do I have a mover of that motion? Moved by Councillor Killam, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? I'm sorry, Councillor Meisner, I did know who seconded the motion. Councillor Granger came out the door. Must have just implanted her name in my mind. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Under 7C, we have a letter of support for Village of Cornwallis Square name change, and our equity specialist, Ms. Parker, is going to present on that. Ms. Parker, when you're ready. She's accompanied by Kenya Fife. Ken, you're going to handle this on your own without Ms. Parker? No? You're just going to sit back there, okay?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here this morning. As I'm sure you know, my name is Grayson Parker. I'm the diversity specialist here. Before I get started, I just want to say a big thank you to Kenya, our Inclusive Communities intern, who put a lot of work into this request for decision. So the origin of this RFD comes from the Strategy for Belonging, March 28th's letters from Annapolis Valley First Nation Chief and Council formally requesting Cornwallis Square be renamed, which is Appendix A in your package. The April 6th letter from Mayor Matart responding to Annapolis Valley First Nation's request, which is Appendix B, as well as May 23rd's letter from the Village of Cornwallis Square regarding the name change, which is Appendix E. The intent for this RFD is for the Committee of the Whole to receive information related to the name of Village of Cornwallis Square and to recommend to Municipal Council to act upon the discussion. On March 28th, 2023, Chief Gerald Toney from Annapolis Valley First Nation, AVFN, submitted a formal letter from the Chief and Council requesting the Village of Cornwallis Square be renamed to something that does not honor those of the past that sought to eradicate our people. In said letter, Chief Toney describes the name as a daily reminder of the efforts made by colonial forces to exterminate our culture. Mayor Matart responded on April 6th and expressed support for the changing names of places which are not appropriate through lenses of allyship, equity, and inclusion, and respect for First Nations. Resulting from years of discussion, the Village of Cornwallis Square desires to prioritize changing its name in 2023 and is currently relying on the provincial government to amend the Municipal Government Act in order to move forward. Section 3AW defines a municipality as Section 3AW defines a municipality as a regional municipality, town, or county, or district municipality, which then, through Section 9, prescribes the ability to, on the request of the council of the municipality, change the name of the municipality to a name chosen by council. The Village of Cornwallis Square is requesting an amendment to the Nova Scotia Municipal Government Act that would allow villages to request their name change per Section 9 for municipalities. The Village of Cornwallis Square's Village Chair and Commissioner of Waterville, Colin Best, have stated letters of support from the Mayor addressed to the Honourable Tim Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, and Minister Jean Lohr, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, would be appreciated to assist in bringing attention to this matter. Beginning in 2011, discussions have taken place throughout the King's region, including AVFN, regarding the impact of the name Cornwallis through commemorative naming practices. Locally, there are a number of examples of requests or processes to rename assets. The Cornwallis River, which was requested to be changed in 2011 by the AVFN Band Council, Cornwallis Street in Kentville, which is currently undergoing the name change process, the Village of Cornwallis Square's discussion, and a number of requests to the municipality to change the name Cornwallis on municipal assets. Additionally, Halifax, Lunenburg, Bridgewater, and Sydney have all completed significant steps surrounding the removal of the name Cornwallis. In some instances, names were changed to honor Mi'kmaq and Halifax, Nova Scotian changemakers throughout history. These changes are symbolic as well as a literal representation of the newfound emphasis on reconciliation and reparations, which has been highlighted across the province and the country. Through its strategic plan, the municipality is committed to good governance in several forms and supporting strong communities. More specifically, the municipality commits to continuous review and evaluation of processes, agreements, and partnerships, maintaining safe and viable communities, requires the municipality to actively engage in open discussion about historical and current perpetration of harm of all residents, but particularly diverse community members, specifically those historically marginalized, underserved, and vulnerable communities, including the Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotians. Through the strategy of belonging, the municipality has committed to truth, advocacy, and awareness. Part of the action item is a review of the names of municipal assets to more represent the region's history.
an authentic and a truthful manner. This pillar encourages us to move toward reconciliation and reparations. A supporting document of the Strategy for Belonging is its implementation plan. Relevant to the topics set forth in this request for decision, Actions 2, reviewing naming of municipal assets, and Action 3, advocating for the renaming of assets under the purview of other orders of government, under truth, awareness, and advocacy, and the strategy's implementation plan are scheduled to begin in 2023. In addition to writing this requested letter of support at the direction of the Strategy for Belonging, the municipality has committed to reviewing the naming of municipal assets such as streets and other places, facilities, and infrastructure following under the auspices of the municipality to authentically reflect the history of the county. For new developments, prioritize expressing Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotian names and words on new municipal developments, for example, streets, parks, or facilities, and include interpretation and translation of naming as appropriate to educate the public. Another is to advocate and support renaming, replacing, or providing additional interpretation around assets and places managed by other levels of government or privately that reflect racist and oppressive history. For example, the removal of offensive, violent, and toxic namesakes such as Cornwallis. In consideration of Chief Tony's statement of the village of Cornwallis Square as a daily reminder of the efforts made by colonial forces to exterminate our culture, the recommendations outlined in this request have never been more timely or urgent. The only financial implication for this request is staff's time. The rest of the implementation costs were included in the Strategy for Belonging. This RFD aligns with the strong communities of the strategic plan as we are advocating for other orders of government to consider renaming assets as well as giving consideration to renaming municipal assets as mandated in the Strategy for Belonging. Alternatives to the request being made today are that Council may choose not to direct the Mayor to write a letter in support of AVFN and the Commission of the Village of Cornwallis Square's name change request. Specifically, the Council may choose not to request the amendment to the Municipal Government Act, Section 3AW, to include villages to be submitted to Honorable Tim Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, and the Honorable John Lohr, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Steps to implement this request will begin with a letter of support that will be sent to the Premier and Minister Lohr and forwarded to the Annapolis Valley First Nation and the Village of Cornwallis Square. While municipal staff shall initiate the design of a formal review of municipal assets as mandated by the Strategy for Belonging. For engagement, municipal staff will return to Council with a formalized design process for further direction inclusive of community consultation as outlined in the Strategy for Belonging. So the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council to direct the Mayor to write letters in support of Annapolis Valley First Nation and the Commission of the Village of Cornwallis Square's name change process, specifically to request to amend the Municipal Government Act, Section 3AW, to include villages to be submitted to Honorable Tim Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, and the Honorable John Lohr, Minister of Municipal Housing Affairs. Now I'm prepared to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Questions are popping up. Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation this morning. I'm just wondering, was there an original name that Cornwallis Square got changed to? And are we thinking of going back to that, or are there all new names altogether?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Granger, I am going to see if I can defer that to the Deputy CEAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could you repeat that, please? Councillor Granger, I was looking up something while you were...
The question related to whether or not Cornwallis Square had another name prior to being named Cornwallis Square.
No, to my knowledge. So this is the interesting thing when we started to look into this, is that when Cornwallis Square specifically was incorporated, it was done through legislation, which was this one. And Cornwallis Square is a bit interesting because in this case, the Fire Department Commission was actually created, which then became the Village Commission. So I believe it was between the 30s and the 50s, 1930s, 1950s. So that would have been the name that was put in place when the village was created through legislation.
Okay, thank you. And also for name changes on all of our assets, who pays for that?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council, I am once again going to defer to the Deputy CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Granger, it certainly would depend on what that name change may look like. I mean, certainly if it's our assets, then that would be our responsibility. Something like the village of Cornwallis Square, it would it's more of a legislative process where, like, as you know, it's a little bit different with Cornwallis Square because there's a number of communities that are fit within that village. It's not comparable to Canning or Port Williams where the village is the community. So this is a little bit different in that the village of Cornwallis Square is more of a boundary that encompasses other communities. So there wouldn't be as much cost specifically to that process. Now, as you know, I mean, to change your administrative name, and it certainly costs some money, but it depends a little bit on what it is that you're changing.
Does that respond, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. I'm in favor of it. I'm just curious to know, when I was elected to the Village of Kingston many moons ago, I can honestly say I had never heard of the Village of Cornwallis Square. And I didn't know where it was. I didn't know what made it up. It was just this name that came up. Because to me, it's always been Waterville. I mean, you know, I know there's Woodville there and, you know, Black Rock and all these other places which now make up Cornwallis Square, as the Deputy CAO said. But to me, it's Waterville. So I'm just wondering if there's any thought to just making it what everybody calls it anyway, which is Waterville. Now, maybe that doesn't fit into the plans of the Annapolis Valley First Nations or anything like that, but I'm just thinking that, like I said, I mean, for me, it's always been Waterville, and then Cornwallis Square popped up, and now we're talking about changing it to maybe to something else again. You know, there might be a certain amount of confusion there, even for an old bird like me. Yeah, I'm for it. I was just wondering if that was an option, was to just go with Waterville. So.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Armstrong, I'm going to defer to Brittany.
Are you sure?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Armstrong. So this RFD and the process that it is advocating for doesn't actually speak to what the name will be at all, right? In fact, what it enables is the village to participate in discerning that themselves. So what the name ends up being is anyone's guess, I suppose, at this point. But I hear you.
Yeah, and more to my point is, I think if you go to some of the people that live within this boundary of Cornwallis Square, there's no one that has a mailing address that says Cornwallis Square. Mm-hmm. It says Wolfville, it says Woodville, it says, you know.
It's a community of communities.
Exactly. And so, you know, is it going to mean that they're going to have to change mailing addresses? I can't see that that would change, right? It's just the sort of the boundary of the village and that conglomeration of little communities. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how that all falls out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There's lights coming on. I'll just interject before I call on those lights that this is one of those political conundrums, among other things. I mean, obviously, the underlying issue is equity and inclusion, but this business about changing names is a political issue. Who has authority to do what where? And that's why the village is looking for an amendment to the Municipal Government Act so it can actually change its name, because there doesn't appear to be any enabling provision within the Act that allows us to change its name. And I'm sure that the village is very aware that it's going to have public consultation around that issue, because it's going to be, people don't like change, generally speaking. But given the comments that Councillor Armstrong has made, perhaps it won't be as contentious as it might otherwise have been. But that's the reason why we're going through this stepped process. We as a municipality are just advocating. We're not changing anybody's name. It's going to be up to a negotiation between the province and the village, with some support from us, some advocacy from us to enable them to have the authority to do that on their own. So that didn't get any lights off. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the concept of the name was trying to be inclusive of the four communities that are involved in here, which are Woodville, Grafton, Cambridge, and Waterville. And in each, I've heard the same as Councillor Armstrong. In Woodville is the village, or Grafton or Cambridge, all have that feeling of belonging. And the concept of the Cornwallis Square was to include it. And I mean, I'm in favor of a change with respect to the name, but just a little history there. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I note that in the RFD it talks about that we'll review municipal assets because those are the things we have control over. Do we have advice for people who are, for example, in New Minas, who may live on Cornwallis Avenue in New Minas? You know, Kenville's referenced in here, but they're the town and they own their street and they have the ability to do that. We don't have that ability. Is there a thought at this point about how council could approach those streets that we don't necessarily own but are still within the county?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Deputy Mayor, could I pass that to the Deputy CAO?
Mr. Frost.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. Certainly, and that's part of the next step that we believe we need to look at. So there's different processes. There's a process in place currently for renaming of places that anyone can work through. So that will be part of what we can bring back to council, as well as some more awareness on what that process looks like. But anything that we have naming authority over, that's part of what, you know, we want to bring back to you to say, here's how we feel we should look at everything else as well.
Thank you. It'd be a great tool for counselors to have, because when people call me about like potholes or ditching or speeding or changing the speed limit, like we often learn how to help constituents navigate these things, but it would be a good tool for counselors to have and to know about how that goes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to note that if you had a clear shot looking out the window for 400 meters away, you could see Cornwallis Crescent as well. That's another potential name to add to consideration. But going back through some of our old documents, now fallen off the books, bylaw 56, and adding to Councillor Killam's and Deputy CEO Frost's information pertaining to the village of Cornwallis Square. In bylaw 56, it reads, the village of Cornwallis Square originated as 4 separate rural communities, which, through a common need for fire protection, incorporated to a formal fire district, skipping down, and this relates to naming an individual identity and naming and changing names. Cornwallis Square's member communities retain their individual identity and social networks. So that was part of the original consideration in their name. So going forward, that will probably have to be something for the village to consider when accounting for Woodville, Grafton, Cambridge, and Waterville.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. You've obviously elicited a lot of conversation.
Thank you.
Looking then at the recommendation, and I'm sorry, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just note that I know we had a discussion about this recommendation, and I believe it's not exactly as we had intended to bring it forward. So what we had suggested is that and now I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see it. But what we had suggested is that the Municipal Government Act section, and I believe it's 9, would include the villages. So the section 3 that's listed there talks about the definition of a municipality. That's not what we're recommending where villages be added. We are recommending that in section 9 of the Municipal Government Act, villages be included, and that's the section that talks about municipalities being able to change their name. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware of that. It doesn't change the intent. It's that we write a letter to advocate, but if we want to be precise about it, it is section 9 that we would include.
Thanks for that clarification. So with that clarification, the recommendation is the Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council direct the Mayor to write letters of support in support of Annapolis Valley First Nations and the Commission of the Village of Cornwallis Square's name change process, specifically request to amend the Municipal Government Act, Section 9, to include villages, to be submitted to the Honourable Tim Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, and the Honourable John Lohr, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Killam. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favour or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Meisner. One of us was slow getting to your light.
Just want a correction there that it is Annapolis Valley First Nation, not First Nations. Okay. I was just reading it and I didn't know if it was or not. Anyways, I just wanted to say that I'm very excited to be discussing this and immensely in favor, obviously. At Diversity Kings County, this is something that we talk about a lot, knowing that the villages also sees this as important and is requesting our support is paramount. As settler Canadians, it's important that we stand unified to make reparations, not only for the commitments that we've made through the strategy of belonging, but also for the calls to action by the TRC at a federal level. So I'm excited to see us moving forward and writing in support of making these changes.
Thank you, Councillor. And it wasn't caught on the mic, but your point certainly would have been well taken if it weren't for the apostrophe, the possessive aspect of the First Nations reference. And I, since we're speaking to the motion now, I totally agree with you that if this name is offensive to an entire population, an entire nation of peoples, then it's appropriate that it be changed. There needs to be consultation with those that are about to be impacted by it, but the underlying reason for this is valid and unassailable. Any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Armstrong.
It's not really discussion. It was just a sort of a suggestion. It doesn't necessarily have to go into the motion, but I think that the MLA for the area should also be given a copy of the letter. I think another voice certainly isn't going to hurt, so if they could include MLA
Palmer?
Chris Palmer? Yes,
Yeah.
Chris Palmer, yeah. That it wouldn't hurt.
Agreed.
Thank
We
you.
don't need to make it part of the motion, but
No,
I
no,
certainly
just a
agree
suggestion.
to have him copied on the letter. Yeah. Thank you for that recommendation. No other comments? All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote no. After we pass this motion, we'll have a 15-minute recess. I assumed that we would pass the motion, and indeed we did, unanimously. Thank you. And I declare a 15-minute recess. Welcome back, Council, from our refreshment break. We're moving now to item 8 on our Committee of the Whole agenda, financial services, and under 8A we have a presentation before us respecting the approval of the 2023-2024 Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department capital budget, and that'll be presented by Mr. McKay. Your light's on, Mr. McKay, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chloe. Thanks. Nope, different one. That would just confuse us all. Well, actually, if you want to leave that up, I can have Katrina jump up. Switch.
Are you able to change the slides from there, Scott?
Well, I've got the wrong presentation up.
Oh, it's the wrong presentation, okay. You could always switch.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor Matart, and thank you, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you here today. And I'm here today to present a recommendation, a request for decision regarding the capital budget of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department. And the recommendation before you specifically is that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council approve the capital budget of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department for the fiscal year 2023-24 as attached to the June 20th, 2023 request for decision in the amount of $215,294. So to provide a little bit of background, each year West Hants Regional Municipality submits a capital budget for the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department to us, which is then presented to Municipal Council for their approval. A portion of the capital component is a responsibility of the municipality of the County of Kings and its ratepayers, and that portion is determined by a rolling 3-year average of the percentage of calls from the Hantsport Fire Department which come into the municipality. For 2023-24, that percentage is 33.5% of the calls, and that's up from 29.5% last year. So once approved, the fire area rate will be established to recover the budgeted amount from the ratepayers within the serviced area of Kings County. So the budget itself is composed of a number of items, and we'll just quickly go through these, and I'm going to give you both principal and interest in each of these figures. So truck number 2, which will be paid off in 26-27, is $27,312. Truck number 6, which will be paid off in 2027-28, is $20,007. Breathing apparatus, which will be paid off this year, is $17,003. Command scene lighting is $3,123. It has a few years left. It will be paid off in 2031-32. The Maxi Force airbag has quite a long life left on it, but it is $1,018. The breathing apparatus and equipment will be paid off in 26-27 of $5,354. And the new truck, which is on order, which will be paid off in 2036-37, is $136,877. There are 2 new items on the budget this year. One is thermal imaging camera. It is $3,210 this year. And then finally some repairs to the valve on one of the trucks of $1,390. Both of those are to be paid off over a 5-year period. That brings our total capital cost of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department to $215,294. And it should be noted that 2 additional items were submitted to staff that were not included in our calculation because they were deemed to be upgrades to the fire hall property. And for that, we have a separate agreement in place for the fire hall, and that agreement calls for a full and final one-time payment of $1,055,600 as agreed by Municipal Council back in 2021. So those extras were additions and upgrades to the parking lot and lighting and waterproofing of interior walls. So again, that was about a $6,600 total addition that we declined to include in our calculation. So with respect to the calculation of the amount that we will actually be recovering through an area rate, if you think of that $215,294, our share of that again is 33.5%, so it comes out to $72,123. We do include an administration fee of 4% on top of that of $2,885, and that has HST on it of $433, so the subtotal is $75,441. Principal on the fire hall that was just recently opened in Hantsport is a cost to us of $42,224. That is 25 equal payments divided into that $1,055,600. And as far as interest on the fire hall, there is no interest charge on it yet, so you'll see zeros there at the current times. Gives us a total Municipality of the King's capital cost obligation of $117,665. So the interest, just to give you a little bit of insight as to why it's zero, it's calculated as the amount that we would have earned had that money been on deposit in the bank, and because we haven't written the check yet, that money is still in the bank. So there has been no interest cost to that. So we do expect we will be issuing a check at some point in the very near future once we do receive an invoice. In the end, this year's fire area rate, again, has to recover $117,665. And to calculate an actual area rate, and I will tell you, we will be coming to you in the coming weeks with all the fire area rates. This will be included in it, but I did want to give you a little bit of background on it. The cost to recover, again, is $117,665. We divide that into the assessment base for the area of all affected properties, and that's $122,165,900. And that equates to 9.63 cents per $100 of assessment, and that is down from 10.17 cents last year. A combination of the assessment base going up from about 109 million to 122 million, as well as one item coming off of the budget from last year. So I will tell you, we did hold an area rate meeting. Revenue staff, as well as Councillor Allen, did hold an area meeting in Hantsport area back on June 8th, and better attended than last year, but not a full room, we'll put it that way. But we did get support of 8 votes for, none against, and 1 abstention when it came to gauging support from the area. So again, the recommendation before you is that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council approve the capital budget of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department for fiscal year 2023-24 as attached to the June 20th, 2023 request for decision in the amount of $215,294. And I would be happy to take any questions, should there be any.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Any questions from Council? Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering why the area rate would go down while population is going up and pricing is going up. How does that actually work?
Through the mayor, there are two factors that went into it driving down. Number one, there was approximately a $10,000 expense that was for phase 1, the study of the location and the ins and outs of the fire hall, the particulars of it, that was paid off last year. So $10,000 came off the budget, and the assessment base went from 109 million to 122 million. Now, to say that the rate has dropped from 10.17 to 9.63 is factual. However, the average house would have gone up, so the net tax bill for a lot of folks won't change a whole lot.
Great.
The assessed values have climbed.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Scott. The fire service contract that West Hants provides to Hantsport, is that a 20-year contract or a 25?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I've got it in place here. 20 years. Term of the agreement is 20 years, beginning on April 1st, 2021, ending March 31st, 2041.
Very good, thank you. And I just wanted to comment that I attended that meeting, and Scott conducted a very professional presentation and staff. It was exceptional, and when you can get people to vote 100% in favor of paying taxes, they're doing something exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a talent that we need to keep on board. Any other questions of the presenter? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what page this is. Page 33 is the list, Hantsport Fire Department capital budget, blah, blah, blah. Total capital cost $215,294. So then you start minusing off all this stuff to get to $117,66. Or, yeah, minusing it off. I don't understand. Like, why are we paying $215? Shouldn't we be paying the $117 if we're taking off our share of the capital?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, $215,294 is the total cost to run the capital needs of the Hantsport Fire Department.
Right.
We then say that we're only responsible for 33.5%. That knocks it down to the $72,123. So that's the component that we are responsible for, but there are a couple of other items, the administration fee and HST on that. And I probably should have said this, the Hantsport Fire Hall principal cost is one that we don't feel that we should be putting an administration fee on, so we add that in after the fact. And because we're doing that a little differently, we're essentially writing a check for that up front rather than collecting it, you know.
So how much money are we sending them?
Sending them $117,666.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yeah, $117,666.
Okay, because I'm thinking to myself, why aren't we sending $215,000 when we only owe them $117,66?
Yeah.
Okay, and we collect that $117,66 through the fire rate.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay.
we use that to calculate the area rate for that area.
Wonderful, thank
Yep.
you.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to provide some further clarification on that, is that part of our agreement with West Hants, section 16 of it, is that the councils are required to approve the capital budgets. That's why it's being presented the way it is right now. It's not so much the approval of the payment, it's more the approval of the budget as per our agreement with them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I understand that, because we do the same thing with Kentville, right? And we do the same, I'm assuming we do the same thing for Wolfville. I'm not sure that we've ever seen Wolfville's, but, and that's why I still believe that we should have a contract with every fire department within the County of Kings, and I certainly hope staff's working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for getting that little dig in. Advocacy, not dig, advocacy. Can we take it back to there's no further questions. Can we take it back to the recommendation, please? The recommendation has already been read, but for clarification, it's being recommended to Municipal Council. The Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council approve the capital budget of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department for fiscal year 2023-2024 as attached to the June 20th, 2023 request for decision in the amount of $215,294. Mover of the motion, please. Moved by Councillor Killam, seconded by Councillor Granger. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion. Whoops, there is discussion. Councillor Armstrong.
This is to my point, what we were talking about earlier, is that anyone who doesn't quite understand, it looks like that we're approving to pay $215.94, And that's why I think that the recommendation should say, of which the municipality of the County of Kings is obligated to pay 117, or our portion is, you know, because that looks like we're paying out 215, 294 to me, and probably to somebody who doesn't quite understand just exactly how all these things work. And so when it's actually only 117, so I think that should be part of the motion, just for information's sake, if nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. The purpose of this being before us, though, is under our contract with the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department, they're obliged to provide us with their financial statements, their capital budget, and we get to approve it or send it back to them for a revision. And it's here now for our approval. The consequence of approving the budget is that we also have an agreement that says we're going to pay on a 3-year rolling average a certain percentage when that 3-year rolling average calculation is done of that $215,000. And that happens to be
33.5.
33.5%. So all we're doing at this point in time is approving the budget. We're not saying we're making any payment in this motion at all. Okay. I understand your point. Yeah. But it's just an approval of the budget. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The Deputy Mayor has had to leave our meeting, so based upon her absence, this has been passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. So that moves us to item 8B, approval of the 2023-2024 Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department operating budget. And Ms. Roos is going to present on that issue. Ms. Roos.
Good morning, Council. The intent of today's presentation is to provide approval of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department's operating budget for fiscal 2023-24. Just some background: on April 1st, 2021, the Municipality of the County of Kings and West Hants Regional Municipality, West Hants, entered into an agreement for fire services and funding in relation to the operations of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department. Section 15 of this agreement stipulates that within at least 90 days prior to the commencement of each fiscal year, West Hants shall prepare and submit to Kings a proposed operating budget, which the operating budget is subject to acceptance by resolution of the respective municipal councils. So because the agreement requires approval by the councils, that's why we're here today, to seek your approval. A final budget was not available in advance of approval of the Municipality of Kings operating budget for 23-24. So the budget included an amount equal to the maximum contribution as set out under Section 23 of the Fire Services Agreement. This is included in Appendix B, and the total contribution works out to $71,600. Subsequent to budget approval, a final budget for the fire department was received on May 8th, 2023, and included total operating costs of $254,400. Based on call volumes of 33.5%, the portion of operating costs funded by Kings would have been $82,890. However, this exceeds the maximum contribution set out in the agreement, and the excess amount has not been requested, as it was previously communicated that without a request in advance of municipal budget approval, only the maximum contribution would be allowed for. The contribution amount of $71,600 as approved by council in the 23-24 operating budget remains unchanged and therefore does not require an updated council approval. However, per section 15 of the operating agreement for the Hantsport Fire Department, the operating budget is still subject to acceptance by resolution of the respective municipal councils. So for the financial implications of today's report, there are no further financial implications. Operating funding of $71,600 was approved in the 23-24 municipal operating budget and will be funded from 012-224-100. The recommendation today is that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council approve the operating budget of the Hantsport Volunteer Fire Department for fiscal year 23-24 as attached to the June 20th, 2023 request for decision.
Thank you, Ms. Roos. Any questions of Ms. Roos on her presentation? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move the motion as she read it? Thank you. Councillor Allen moves. Councillor Harding seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you very much, Ms. Roos, for your presentation. That brings us to item 9 on the agenda. We have one item of correspondence. I'd like a motion to receive the correspondence, please. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Granger. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. While we're waiting for the results of the vote, the item of correspondence in question is a letter of thanks from the Woofle Scouts for our contributions. I've heard a presentation from the Scout leader not too long ago. It's a very active group. While they call themselves the Woofle Scouts, they encompass a large part of our municipality and the towns within it. So it's not technically a Woofle-centric troop. I've attended their banquets in the past, and they're the only scout group in the province that grew in the last calendar year. And they do a great job out at Sunken Lake, right? It is Sunken Lake. And people around them love them, even though they're young people and they're out on the lake all the time and presumably make a bit of noise like young people do. But volunteers actually appear and plow their roads and so on in the community. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should note that the Woofle Scout Group on Saturday had a breakfast that they served at the Lions Club, and I wasn't able to attend, but I was able to contribute some funds towards 2 tickets for family in need, and I hear the food was quite tasty. As well, the week prior they had a bake sale in Coldbrook at the Heritage Hall, and I absolutely can confirm that the food there was very tasty and at a great price.
Thank you, Councillor. The motion's been passed unanimously. If I had voted, and I do, vote in favor. Is there any other business to come before the meeting? No other business, no public in the room for public comments. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn, and we will be moving into special council, but we'll have a little discussion about that as soon as we get a motion to adjourn here. Moved by Councillor Hurdle, seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion? Oh, no, there's no discussion on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. So we're going to be moving into, as soon as we get the vote on this, moving into special council. The question is, it's 10 to 12. If lunch is here, okay, I'm getting the nod that lunch is here, so we will be breaking for lunch and then coming back for council. The motion to adjourn has been passed unanimously. We stand adjourned. Welcome, Council, to the special meeting of Council for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. We have a relatively brief agenda in terms of paper. It may blossom. First of all, we'll begin with roll call, please. While we're waiting for the results, I can say that the Deputy Mayor has had to attend another rather important meeting, so she's the only one absent. The rest of us are here. And it's appropriate to receive a motion to excuse the attendance of the Deputy Mayor. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Hurdle. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. While we're waiting for that vote, you've all received a copy of the agenda. And this last motion having been passed unanimously, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as circulated. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The agenda being approved as circulated, I'm looking for any disclosures of conflict of interest. Seeing none, we'll move right to item. That's an interesting item. Item 4, recommendation from Committee of the Whole of June 20th, 2023. With respect to King's Vision grants, it's been recommended by Committee of the Whole to Council that Municipal Council approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision grant allocations for the existing multi-year commitments for a total of $262,570 as described in Appendix A of the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. A mover of the motion, please. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Killam. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. The second part of this item, it's been recommended by Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision grant allocations for the new multi-year commitments, including all supplementary conditions, for a total of $159,561 as described in Appendix B of the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. The mover of the motion, please. Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Harding. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's passed unanimously, thank you. And the third part of this motion. It's been recommended by Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council approve the 2023-2024 King's Vision grant allocations for the new single-year requests for a total of $177,869 as described in Appendix C of the June 20th, 2023 request for decision. The mover of the motion, please. Councillor Killam, seconded by Councillor Granger. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to, those are items that we had to get out of the way today, hence the special meeting. Is there any other business to come before this meeting before we consider moving into closed session under Section 22 to discuss personnel matters? Any other business? Yes, Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that council receive or acknowledge that tomorrow, June 21st, is National Indigenous Peoples Day.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Meisner. Discussion? There's no discussion on the motion. We had conversations regarding this and the importance of this council recognizing that particular day formally by way of motion. So I thank you all for that. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. And perhaps we should have told the secretary that we were going to put that motion so she could have written it down. My apologies. There's no public, so therefore no comments from the public, and the last motion, I might say for the record, was passed unanimously. I'm looking for a motion that council adjourn to move into closed session in accordance with section 22, sub 2, sub C and D of the Municipal Government Act, personnel matters and labor relations. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion? It's not anticipated that we will need to return. Is it, Mr. CAO? To return to council, so council is formally adjourned with this motion as we move into in-camera. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. That's passed unanimously. This meeting is adjourned, and as soon as we are off the public communications channel, we will begin.